This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Another great start to this afternoon's safari. We've got some elephants here at the dam. Some are walking across the dam wall. Some are in the dam itself having a bit of a drink. Hopefully they'll be swimming. Well, I'm very excited, everyone. I hope that you are too. Oh, some swimming's already begun. This is great. So jump on board, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush. I am so thrilled to be starting off the drive this afternoon with some elephants, and not just elephants, but elephants swimming with trunks swinging. There we go, because they're not swinging. No, they're not, just their trunks. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishal. I've got Morgan on camera with me this wonderful afternoon here on Tswalu Game Reserve. It's nice and warm, and that's why these elephants are enjoying themselves. Now there is one swimming about, but I can't go onto the dam wall for obvious reasons. There's a whole lot of ellies on the dam wall. So we're just going to watch them from here. Hopefully the one bull that's swimming will swim into frame. That would be awesome. Well, guys, it's your live safari, so use that hashtag WildEarth to talk to us. Give us your questions and your comments. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream, as well as go to our website, register, and use our questions and comments box. If you're under 18, please use kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. We would love to hear from you. This bull is just coming up on the other side now. I hope that he'll come to us in this direction, but we'll just have to wait and see. For now, they're just enjoying themselves with some good vegetation, some nice succulent vegetation at the edge of the dam. That's because there's nice moisture, for obvious reasons. There's a dam. So the vegetation is nice and juicy. Hey James Richard, how are you? So glad to have you on board with us. You say what a great way to start the drive. Absolutely. Love elephants, but you guys all knew that. Oh, it's quite windy. Oh no, you're getting pushed around, little one. It's quite windy this afternoon, but also very warm. It's about 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So having a look at the waterholes is going to be a great start. Most of the herbivores will sort of be clustered around. The smaller herbivores, more so than the elephants. Impalas, nyalas, wildebeest, etc. will be in tight clusters because of the wind. I love watching elephants on the dam wall. They look so magnificent. Walking down it like a runway, I always think. Isn't it a beautiful thought to think that you are at home or wherever you are watching, and somewhere in the world, and this is just one place in the world where incredible sightings like this are going on, but we get to share it with you. That's the best part. So right now, where you are, if you're sitting at your office or wherever, you're at your desk and there's some elephants enjoying the vegetation at the dam, the water in the dam, and you get to see it. so funny to watch them go down the dam wall like this when it's steep. You always think that they're gonna fall over, but somehow they manage to make their way down. Well, I'm gonna see if we can position ourselves a little better so we can get a good view of the whole herd. But I'm gonna send you over to have a look at the weather and our other locations.
Welcome to Pinda and beyond, everyone. I have found a female lioness. She's lying down in the shade. It's a nice hot day today. As you can see where she is at the moment, she's lying flat. Look how she's heavily painting. So she's got a carcass nearby. So with her painting like that, it helps her to digest the food that she ate. Hello everyone, my name is Busane, and behind the camera we've got On. And because it's a nice hot day today, I'm sure she's gonna spend a lot of time on a shady spot where she is. It's nice and cool. If it's really hot here, you don't want to be out in the sun for too long. So that is why she has found a nice, comfortable, shady spot for her. And she's also not too far away from her carcass that she caught perhaps last night sometime. So this morning she was seen already in a carcass feeding along. And I think while she's lying like this and it's nice and cool in the shade, if sometimes, because they're opportunistic hunters, if a warthog or nyala decide to walk right next to her, her body language will change immediately, because they don't know when it's going to be the next meal for them. I have seen lions before killing like 4 or 5 different prey species in one day. See, she's moving that tail constantly. Look at that. So earlier on, she was whopping the flies because it's nice and hot. Also, the flies will be in a shady spot. I assume where she is at the moment, she might have caught the carcass or the zebra that she caught last night somewhere nearby, and she dragged it right inside the bushes in a very dense vegetation where the grass level is quite higher up or it's quite long to get away from vultures, because the other predators, if they see the vultures, they know that if there is a vulture, sometimes there will be meat around. And if the vultures are quite lower down to the ground, which means there's a carcass close by, and other lions and hyenas, they will be watching those vultures where the vultures are landing. So that is why she is hidden away that zebra fall or that zebra carcass. Look at that, she's still painting there. If you can have a look on her tummy, she's got some few spot patterns. So you can actually age the cat by those spot patterns. So she was born covered with spot patterns, and now because she is quite old at the moment, but you can just see those spot patterns are still there. So as you can see around where she is at the moment, Pearl, she's not gonna share the kill with the rest of the pride, because the rest of the pride are not close by, and she doesn't have younger cubs. She has lost her cubs. That is why she is away from the pride. I assume that she is looking for a male to mate with, but at the moment, while she is on her own, if she come across with opportunity to hunt, she will definitely hunt. But if the pride of lion that's close by, she is going to go and join the member of the pride. But because there will be a lot of competition around the pride, she does prefer I think we're gonna spend a little bit of time around here with this female lioness, and we'll take you across to Ingala.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Anim Beyond Ingala. So just right in front of us, we have some hippos in this incredible waterhole of us. So from here, this afternoon, we're going to head central, looking for lions. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I have Craig with me. Welcome, everybody. So we're thinking, because it's quite warm, it's good to come here and see if maybe we can find any animals coming down for a drink. And actually earlier on we had an elephant, a female with her youngster, but then as soon as we approached a little bit closer, she just went into some thickets. So we decided maybe let's just hang around here and just wait and see.
Good afternoon, station.
And there were also some few birds in and around this waterhole as well. And you can see these hippos have their, sort of like their backs exposed, getting a little bit warm. Because earlier on in the morning when we came through here, you wouldn't really see much of them. You just see their heads coming up to breathe and then down again. And for now, I can only see two. Earlier on, we saw about 2 or 3 of them. 3 or 4 of them. I'm just wondering, maybe they might be on the other side of the waterhole. Maybe even have moved from this waterhole. So normally in a pod like this, there'll be a dominant male with some few satellite males around. But the other satellite males have to be, respect sort of the dominant male and be submissive. Because if they don't and they try to challenge him for his females, then there's going to be a big fight. And also there'll be youngsters around as well. But for now, looking at the size of these two, so I'm thinking it might be maybe even a mother hippo and a youngster. There they go. This one's straight down. And it's quite surprising because, it was about, 30 to 31 degrees Celsius earlier on today. It was very warm, so I was actually expecting to see more animals around in this area. And also me and Craig just sitting here, there's a nice breeze blowing through from the water towards us. So it's actually quite nice. So you'd think animals will come and hang around here. Whoop. A bit of splash there. I think we're going to hang around here for a little while and see if maybe we'll get some animals coming through.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a Wild Earth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Being a safari driver requires some serious multitasking ability. You've got to be able to talk, look at the road, steer, and occasionally get the vehicle into the right gear.
Do not crash into any trees. Oh, that's a dozy.
Just jump into the car and hope for the best, and you'll see where it takes you. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm surprised they're moving as fast as that didn't go well.
Who is the best driver? Well, me, of course, although some of the cam-ops might disagree.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at and beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through and beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
It just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. I've been living for the past decades here in the Sabi Sands, and that has allowed me an intimate connection with this place and a better understanding of how it works. For me, the questions that make me think and lead to answers that all of us learn from is what really drives me. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
We're still with our elephants and they've come down to have a bit of a drink now. It's so beautiful. I'm going to let you listen to the sounds of the water and them drinking. No, I thought there'd be more. There was just one swimmer in this herd. The rest just came for a drink and a bit of a snack. But you could be a potential swimmer, couldn't you? That's lovely. I hope you can actually hear the sound of them. This young bull, so this one that's come is walking past now. It's a young bull, and the mother of that calf is not very happy with him around. You can see from her behavior. Even that little one's getting on the action. Hello, mister. I find it just so captivating to watch them. Sometimes I can just sit in silence and watch them because each step, each movement seems so deliberate and so thoughtful. It's hypnotizing almost to sit and watch them. What a stretch. Usually when they do this, they're going after something very specific that's growing on or under or around a tree. Because the African wattle is not a particularly palatable tree species here. Oh, I'm just going to move forward a little bit. By the herd of impala on that side, there's a little one chasing around impalas. Let's just watch through here. I love seeing all the herbivores together like this. Everybody just enjoying themselves. Everybody after something a little bit different, so it's fine for them to be together, no direct competition. Very, very cool. Well, I'm going to wait here with them and see if there's any other antics that the little ones get up to, but I'm going to send you over to Pridelands so they can say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Ecotrain Pridelands on a very warm day where I've just come from the Cape where it was very cold and now it is very warm. We've got some giraffe in the distance, a couple of males just moving across the road. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve. Hi, how are you doing? Joined by Glenn on camera and delighted to be back with all of you. Hope you are all well and hope you have not missed myself too much. It's been nice to be away. It's been nice to be out and about on the Orange River. And now it's back into what I thought the Orange River was quite warm. It's now very hot here today. There must be some form of a weather system on its way. So our thoughts were, seeing it's quite warm, we're going to go check a watering hole. Leopard Dam just around the corner. An area we know has always got good signal. And see what we can find. But we couldn't resist on the way. Group of about 4 or 5 big male giraffe moving through vegetation, feeding. It's definitely dried out a fair amount since I was last year, but there's still plenty of grass. Not that the giraffe eat grass, of course, but the leaves are still looking very, very good. And the impalas are still rutting, which I'm quite excited about. I can hear in the distance the characteristic shouts and bellows of the impala. As you remember my last drive at Djuma, one of the impalas were making exactly such a noise. He ended up being the dinner for a pride of lion. So a lovely way to observe, to see what it is that giraffe feed on. Early studies of animal behavior and animal feeding and diet. What's called passive. Well, a very passive way of sort of studying things is to watch what the animal does and then go and have a look. A friend of mine did a study on zebras in the Mountain Zebra National Park, where she watched the zebras feeding, and then as soon as they moved off, went and sampled the grass that it was feeding on. Obviously, it's not invasive at all. The animals aren't being disturbed. You just observe, and in this case, the giraffe are moving from knobthorn to knobthorn. And while we know knobthorns, part of the acacia family, very high in nutrients, and they are loved by all of the browsers. Okay, everyone, well, we're going to move up towards a dam, see what we can find. In the meantime, send you over to Trico, who's already found one.
Alright, so welcome back again. So as I said, we've been sitting in this waterhole for a little while now, and we just started seeing some birds coming in and around, as you can see in front of you there. So you notice on that bird there's a little bit of white on it, around the chest and the neck side, and also the bill, the beak, is sort of black in color. That is a knob-billed duck. That it's swimming away. But if you notice, that one it's much more brown on the head. Actually, not that bright white at all. So that is a juvenile that you see, and the other one, feather at the back. So it looks like two juveniles. And the one that swam fast and went away, I think that was the mom. So these guys will be, hanging around this waterhole, looking for, food. Like grass seeds, water lily, and some aquatic insects. There's a bit of play fighting going on there. And then they are coming back again. As you imagine, if you have a lot of feathers like these birds do, plus, here it gets very warm. So this bird will actually get warm or get hot. So as you can see, that bird is busy swimming there or trying to splash some water onto its feathers just to get warm. And also by doing that, they actually are cleaning themselves as well. This is lovely indeed. Quite incredible. So just from looking at them, looks like most of them, or rather the first one that we saw, as I said, is a female, and some sub-adults or youngsters. So these no-billed ducks, they actually are polygamous, so they basically can mate with, different females or different males. And they'll build their nests in tree cavities and also on top of old hammerkop nests. And I think after that bit of a swim, I think these duck is a little bit wet or a little bit cooler. I think it's getting out of the water hole just to get a bit of warmth and get to dry its wings for a little bit. I think we'll just sit here and just keep on watching these ducks. But for now, I'll send you over to Trishala. I think she has some elephants for you guys.
Elephants have scattered quite nicely along this grassy area near the dam, enjoying the grass, but also enjoying the other herbivores around. I love seeing different species interact with each other. I saw one of the younger ones push this wildebeest, and then they were running together. That one. There's the wildebeest. Or tried to push it rather. No contact was made. And can you see that those that like the impala and the wildebeest are all together with this windy weather, but the elephants are nice and spread out. They're not feeling as threatened, and that's because they have means of communicating over large distances, and they also have their size that protects them. Doesn't mean and doesn't make the presence of predators any easier for them. They still really dislike them. Hi, Rosalind, you'd like to know how big are these elephants really? Well, a nice big bull is about 3 meters tall, just at his shoulder. So I don't know, that maybe just under about half a meter. You could add about half a meter for his head. And a cow is about 2.5 meters at the shoulder. But those are fully grown individuals. And in a big bull, say that 3.5 meter tall bull, he's likely to be anything between about 5 to 6 tons. Really, really big bull can be about 6 tons. But the females, the cows, are about basically half that weight. More about 4 tons. Again, that'll be a nice big cow.
I didn't find any tracks for a car coming out.
Hello, Tristan's voice on the Game Drive radio. So they're certainly very, very large animals. And for their size, they have unbelievable control over their body. Like I almost feel like they're going to capsize sometimes, especially when they go down the dam wall and things like that. But they just manage to keep steady. They're really aware of their bodies and their size, and we can tell this by the way that they move through space, move through areas in the camp, between trees. They really are very aware of their bodies. Well, they've mostly moved off now. We've just got these two. Just enjoying where there once was a pan. So it's still nice and wet there. And the vegetation must be great. So we're going to move on, scatter like our elephants, move down south, and we're going to send you over to Steve in Pridelands, who's also got some elephants.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Our luck has paid off. We thought to come and have a look at the watering hole to see who might be drinking. 3 elephant bulls. Conditions are perfect. We're on the other side of the water. The wind is blowing right towards us. The sun is a little bit off to the left. It's not too much concern. We've got some nice shade we can stand in. But if we keep our voices low, they'll have no idea that we're here. Welcome back. Water levels are still looking really, really good from last time. Thank you, everybody. It's good to be back. Long drive from Johannesburg this morning. It's pretty cold that side, and now it's very warm. But as I say that, the wind has increased. It's picked up. was almost no wind when we came out this afternoon. Now the wind is pushing from the west. The berg wind comes from inland. Berg wind, nice and dry and warm, pushes towards the coast, and then a front pulls in. Rick, I've never seen an elephant help a person in real life, in the wild. Wild elephants don't really do that. But there's some interesting tales, I suppose, of elephants that have been reared from a young age, that have become very familiar with people. They're very, very big animals, everybody, very big. In the wild, elephants, if you give them space and respect them, they're pretty good. But I've never seen one go out of its way to assist another animal or a person. They don't really like us too much if we give them space. We're all good, but they're not going to come very close if they don't want to. I've had some very close encounters where they come up and touch my face before. That was quite amazing. Curiosity. But it's nice to see some bulls around. I would have thought many of the bulls had probably gone back into the Kruger, into the north. We saw a breeding herd of elephants on our way through here with the vehicle. They were just hanging out in the shade. And for the trumpets are so many reasons for the trumpet. One is anger, of course. It frightens. Not necessarily anger, also if they're startled, but they're also very excited. So the trumpet, you could probably say, is connected to their most sort of heightened emotions. Very excited, they trumpet. Very excited from a pleasurable point of view, excited to swim, to bathe, but then also when they get overly excited in the form of chasing each other around. You see youngsters chasing the vehicle sometimes, and they're trying to use the trumpet as intimidation. It is very loud, their trumpet. And young elephants are very funny when they trumpet because they don't follow through. They expect you to be scared and run away, but just look at them and laugh. But when a big female elephant trumpets, you've got to be very, very aware of what's going on. Why is she trumpeting? These big fellows who really, really have them trumpet. Doesn't happen very often. When they're upset, probably be the only time. But in the water they'll trumpet. They're very excited to swim. Wonderful dust bathing. You got that one, Glenn? It always amazes me, these elephants will cover themselves in water, cool themselves off nicely, and then go cover themselves in dust. Many reasons for it. The sun cream, the dust turns to mud, also helps to suffocate ticks. The sun cream as well as keeping them cool. Cool for longer, their skin will dry quite quickly in the sunshine. But they also seem to just enjoy it. See them blowing it on their faces, in their ears. Eddie, there's a few contrasting discussions behind that. People always used to say 25 kilometers. But Lawrence Anthony, Elephant Whisperer, wrote a book where he believed that they actually were communicating with him from a very long distance. They actually knew when he was arriving from hundreds of kilometers away. So how you're supposed to work out the distance is very hard, but quite a few years ago, the sort of set rule was elephants could be heard through the infrasound over 25 kilometers, but I think there might be more to it than that. The reason they figured out the infrasound, first of all, was in for a very long time in the Kruger elephant populations were managed, and the objective was to try and eliminate or prevent elephants from remembering, so they would eliminate entire herds. I know it sounds quite cruel, everybody, but the management was decided at the time, and they thought if they eradicated an entire herd at the same time, they wouldn't spread the word per se about what was going on. But yet herds far away from each other were picking up on that. They were understanding, they knew what was going on, even though they were nowhere near the situation. So when scientists realized something else was afoot, pun intended, they believe that they pick up the sounds through their feet. The vibrations, infrasounds, are very low frequency. It's about 5-7 hertz, moves through the ground. But also the frequency we hear is only about 1920, so it's far, far lower than what we're used to or able to pick up on. Okay, well, we're going to probably stick around, see what our elephants get up to, but let's send you over to Tristan.
Well, very exciting. We're in the show early today. The last 2 drives, we've been exiled until 8 in the piece. And so it's nice to be as we're just busy following up where we left Cara this morning. She came out and then walked on the road a bit and then cut off, but unfortunately direction, but it's right up against our boundary. I checked the boundary now, can't find any tracks coming out, but there's also about 7 million cars that have driven that side, which could easily have driven over her tracks. So now what I'm doing is just doing a little bumble around, and I think what I'm going to do is actually leave the area for now and was hunting this morning, which means that she's probably going to start hunting again this afternoon if she wasn't successful during the day, and that will then give us an opportunity to find her out and about again. So I think what I'm going to do is just go down and check and then come round and then eventually try and see if we can pick up her track somewhere in this area around Sandy Patch again, hunting impalas. That's the plan. Anyway, sounds like Trisha's got a bird, so quickly before it flies away.
It's the hornbills. They're making their call. They're actually saying, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up. I hope they'll do it again. They've been doing it quite a bit. And you'll see them puff themselves up and make their call. There we go. How cool is that? I love when they do that. The way their heads move as well. So cool. There's so many around in this particular area. It almost looks like he's out of sync. Come on, you can do it again. No, but the others are left. The others have left, so I'm not sure if he will do it again for us. Hi, David. You'd like to know if the bobbing is automatic when they make those calls? For most birds it is. So things like, like when a bird makes a movement when it does its call, it's usually an automatic thing. So like fish eagle, it throws its head back and it makes its call, it's usually an automatic thing. So they're not making an effort to do that. It's usually associated with creating the sound. So for this hornbill, when he's creating that sound, there must be something with the rhythm and the way that he moves his body that's associated with how he creates the sound. We don't know that for sure, but that is the logical thought that everyone has. That when birds make these movements as they call, it must assist them in some way, or it is an additional, because what they're doing when they're calling is bringing attention to themselves, right? So it's a sort of signaling, and the visual cue of doing that as well is another form of signaling. So now, and the other sex or whatever can hear you and see you, which is always better than just one type of signaling. But what happens with those types of behaviors is they often become intertwined. So something becomes as a result of needing to, in order to go do-do-do-do-do-do-do, they need to move their necks. So it starts off like that, and then it also becomes good for signaling, and then it becomes exaggerated over evolutionary time. So it often gets intertwined like that. Which one comes first, we'll never really know, but we can say that oftentimes something will become exaggerated because it's useful in another way too. Anyway, let me send you over to Steve. He's still with those elephants.
Well, thank you, Trish. We've only got sight of one, visual of one, the big elephant bull, who's doing a bit of dust bathing as well. Now, this is what I love to do. This is what I like to go on trail for. Obviously, you see all the small things. You get to see what everybody has left behind, all the tracks and the signs to find animals. But if you can come to a watering hole like this, find a perfect bench, like the one I found, get people to sit down and enjoy elephants doing what they do naturally without them knowing you're here or caring that you're here. Everybody's safe, everyone's in a good place. Change people's lives. Perfect. And even if we were a little bit closer to these bulls with the same sort of safety, it's one of those opportunities on foot, normally on foot. I don't recommend guests to take camera photos because of the noise that the camera makes, but obviously if you've got these new mirrorless cameras, it's fine. Normally video works best, but sometimes you can get quite close to these animals, be very safe, and you can view an elephant like that busy dust bathing and get some photos. Magical slow motion photos of dust moving up onto the body and just cascading down. I mean, we see them doing it a lot, and I think they actually just enjoy splashing dust on their face. Hello, Tammy Lee, age 8. Do you want to know if there's any animals that elephants are afraid of? Well, generally, elephants are afraid of people. We've coexisted on the African continent with them for a very long time, so they've learned not to trust us too much. They don't like lion. I mean, they're not a big elephant bull like that's not afraid of anything. Not afraid of anything. When they're young, they've got mum to protect them. But in saying that, elephants don't like big cats, they don't like leopard, they don't like lion. They'll chase them away because they're a threat to their youngsters. But elephant bull like that, he's not too concerned. The young elephant bulls might actually trumpet and chase lions. A lion's always going to get away there far quicker. But when it comes to later in the season, when the water starts to deteriorate, that's another good one. There's not that much water around. Elephants get quite territorial over watering sources, and many cases in the past of them injuring and hurting other animals such as hippo, rhino, buffalo, anything else that comes too close. But no, they're not afraid of any of them. They are the biggest. The biggest is never afraid. And in saying that, a bigger bull will come along, and they won't be afraid of the bigger bull. They'll just show him respect. And by showing him respect, the bigger bull will just leave him alone. A lot of body language involved. Sure if you can pick up on the sound that elephant makes when it slaps its head side to side. One of those sort of warning signs that they give to other elephants and to other animals that are maybe just in the wrong place. Might hear a helicopter flying over. There is an Air Force base just on the other side of Pridelands. Kruger National Park itself is a massive big buffer zone between Mozambique and South Africa during the apartheid era. Many military bases up and along the Kruger. Many guys I know, older guys than me, I missed the army. I was too young when the conscription ended. But many guys that I know were based all over. So there's still active military bases and Air Force bases around. And just like that, our elephants are disappearing into the thickets. How splendid, what a beautiful welcome back. What a wonderful way to get back off onto the right foot.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis. And this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the Live Safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Hello, boy. You are a monster. And he's coming right up to us. Hello, boy. Oh, settle down. Settle down. He is very, very close. He's pushing his trunk against the car. You can feel the car moving. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Well, as you can see, we're just on quarantine at the moment, and we've just come out. And there's lots of animals around. There's a waterbuck, there's a couple of kudu that are going to make an appearance shortly. There's a whole bunch of impala in the background. Everybody's starting to make their way to these clearer areas just because it's getting to that time of the day when it's starting to cool down, and therefore time that the predators start moving. And to be in the thickets and denser areas is obviously a little bit more dangerous, and so better to start coming out. Here you can see that one's accompanied by many an oxpecker that is taking it very easy on the back of this particular kudu. No further tracks, unfortunately, for us, but that's okay. Like I said, it's nice just to bumble now and wait until that time of the day where I think we'll be a lot more successful. So just kind of hang out with the impalas and the kudu and waterbuck, and it's also a good opportunity just to stop and listen for a bit. There's a bit of a breeze that is blowing at the moment, and the breeze is kind of coming from the northeast, blowing in a southwesterly direction. So hopefully what that's going to do is, when Cara is trying to hunt, is that she'll try and use the wind a little bit and not position herself going kind of with the wind, because obviously that carries her scent, and tries to kind of use the wind a little bit more to her favor. That should bring her up onto sandy patch area and that clearing. Although there's not a lot of impalas around there. As we drove through there now, it's just one male impala that we found. So hopefully a herd kind of comes through and males start rutting and making some noise. That should attract her onto the clearing in order to start hunting. But you can see why they like it here. It's easy for them to spot any single predator that kind of moves around. Excuse me. So anything like a lion or a leopard that moves here, these guys are going to be able to spot it. Very, very simple. There's also a vehicle that's bombing through. Enjoy. Corvin, who's 12 years old, not really, no. The antelope know that they're not a threat to one another. So generally you don't see too much in the way of kind of competition between species. Sometimes can happen like in the drought times if there's a water hole. Sometimes you can find the bigger antelope will chase the smaller antelope, but they don't normally fight a lot. They're all quite calm animals, and generally there's no reason for them to be fighting. It's not like they have to fight for competition, and because they're herbivores, there's enough food for everybody. They don't really need to be fighting over any food items. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Kudu. That is delightful. I mean, that's what that kudu thinks about fighting with other animals. It's like, I'm not interested in that. I'm going to go for a pee now. See how their legs have just opened out a little bit. And often when they start to urinate. Young man, you're not doing your greatest job right now of looking regal. In fact, it was a view that we didn't need, that's for sure. So yeah, they don't really need to fight with one another. It's not like they're going to eat each other if they do. So better to just leave each other alone. And ultimately, if there's other antelope around, it can be an advantage. More eyes and ears means that easier to pick up any predators if they're around. Kudu's having a very lazy walk across the clearing. Now you can see why they're difficult to track. I've often mentioned that these guys are hard animals to track. Do you see how this animal was walking north and it's now just gone straight south? It hasn't stuck to a certain direction. You won't find that very often with cats. Cats don't walk like this. They generally pick a direction and go, unless they're hunting, in which case obviously they change according to the prey animal. But these guys have, like I say, gone north and are now sort of cutting south and east.
and are looping around each other, which is why it can get a little bit confusing from time to time. One's having a little itch and scratch. You can see the others starting to come out with the impala. Pretty though, isn't it? This gives you a nice size reference. There's not even a fully grown kudu yet next to young male impalas. You can see just how much larger they are. The impalas almost fit underneath their tummies. So they're big animals. Kudu. Looks like another one that's going to the toilet. What is it with you lot? We're getting bottoms up and kind of pellets dropping from this side. All right, so I'm going to carry on and see what else I can find in the meantime. Let's send you across to Pinda in their search for lions.
We have found the rest of the pride. These 2 lionesses and 3 sabedat calves. So the lioness, the one that's right at the back there, the one that you can just see the back of her, she's got 4 young calves. And they're not here at the moment. We did drive around earlier on and try to find exactly how many members of the pride are here. So last night they were all together. It might happen that the 2 lionesses left the young calves and they went hunting. And because of this sabedat, you can just see one straight through in between those trees there. They're lying flat. I think the reason why they are with these 2 females, it's because they're more teenagers. Sometimes if the big females are going to hunt, they don't lag behind. They will also follow mom. You remember earlier on we found out the other female, the one that was quite close to the carcass, although we didn't see the carcass because of the vegetation. And these ones are also lying in a shady spot. Look at that, she's painting. You can just see on her back leg, she's got an old wound or an old scar. So we noticed that this female with that scar, that she's the mother of the 3 sabedat. We can recognize her with that scar very easily. So this morning I was lucky enough to follow them around. I think at the meantime, because these calves, these lions are not going anywhere, we're going to take you across to Ingala. There's some impalas fighting.
So welcome back, everybody. Just came across this male impalas. So actually 2 of them right in front of the roads were actually fighting earlier on. But then all of a sudden there was this female. Oh, look at that. That male chasing that female. And almost looks like all the males are chasing after this female. Yo! Okay, let's turn around. And see if maybe we can have another view of them. And that was actually quite interesting. You would think these males would fight each other over that one female, but it looks like all of them, they're just chasing that female. Did you guys hear that sound? One of the rams grunting. Whoa! And it looks like right now he's chasing after the males as well, trying to keep them away from this female. So that young male that you see there under the tree there was actually the one that was getting chased. Welcome, Gabby. Good question. I think the females don't really kind of have a choice, you know. I think the males are the ones who you sort of like have the choice because, you know, they're much more dominant. And they'll chase after these females and keep them in a certain area, and they'll mate with all of them. You know, sometimes these females try to run away from them, but you'll see, as we just saw earlier on, the males, you know, chase after them, try to keep them all together. And there's more females under that tree there. I don't know if you guys can see that. So most of these females, I think, belong to that male that were chasing the other males. So he was also, I think, chasing that one female so that he gets back to be with the rest of the females. And all those females that you see, they're all his. You can see making a lot of noise, or you can hear a lot of noise in the background, trying to warn off the other males around. And competition actually at this time of the year is quite high between these males. And this male might not have this female for too long, because if another male comes who's much more stronger than him, he'll be able to, you know, chase him off, and then he'll get the females. But what will happen is, during this time of the season, he'll mate with all these females. Oh, look at him chasing another one off. He'll mate with the rest of the females, and then, you know, they get pregnant, and then around 6 months to 7 months, you know, these females will start to drop young lambs. As you can see right in front of him, there's a little bit of a water hole there that he just walked past. Look at that. So I think he has actually the better territory, you know, because impalas are seasonal territorial, only territorial during this time of the season. And as you can see, there's a water hole there, some nice few green grass around. So this is an ideal area for him. And I mean, any male will want to fight him off to take over this particular space. I think all those males understood, and they've all moved off because they knew probably they're going to even get killed. All right. So I think for now we're going to continue with our lion search. I mean, this area, I don't think this lion is around. As you can see, these impalas are relaxed and chasing each other, not even focusing on what's going on around. And I'm pretty sure if the lion was here, we would have, tried to chase them. But for now, as we search for this lion, I'm going to send you over to Steve.
Thanks, Trico. Well, I'm very excited that I've managed to get back in time for the impalas still to be rutting. So maybe just hang around the rutting impala and the lions will come and find them, what they seem to be doing. Anyway, we're still here at Leopard Dam. I just wanted to establish a little bit of a habitat shot of next to the water with the mud and the water itself, and then a favorite type of tree to be found in and around watering holes very close to water is this beautiful Scotia brachypatella, known as the weeping boer bean, the hail boerboon in Afrikaans, and they call it that, the boer. The word boer comes from the word for farmer, or Afrikaans generally in South Africa, and boer bean because of these wonderful little bean pods over here, which are themselves not edible, but the little seed inside is eaten by many birds and elephants, kudu, a baboon, monkey. The seed itself is quite hard, but this little piece over here is quite tasty. But we can actually roast them up and we can eat them, and they were actually used very, very long time ago for making coffee. So that's where the boer bean comes from. I know I'm going to keep some of those for later, Glenn. We're going to make ourselves a little cup of Java later. It's probably going to taste a little bit better than warmed water. But a beautiful tree. But once again, elephants doing their thing close to the watering hole. Look at all that mud, rubbing. So they love to cover themselves in mud. They love to give themselves a scratch. And then at the same time, they also damage the tree itself with their tusks. But you can see where the tree has been growing back again. But where the wood is exposed, we know what happens to wood that's exposed. It gets accessed by insects, fire, and can dehydrate as well. So this is not ideal for the tree, but it is part and parcel of what happens. And the tree's still alive. Here is testament to another elephant tusk. You can actually see that the sort of gum trying to cover itself up again. But it's not all doom and gloom, We've got a tree that's still surviving, still doing its thing. Once again, another elephant damage over here. Now, why is the elephant eating this tree over here? Well, the bark itself is quite useful for heartburn, for dysentery, for indigestion, for diarrhea. So there's quite a few things that we as humans know to use it for. And so the elephants clearly know to use it as well. It's also quite useful apparently for hangovers, everybody. So, but as it's been damaged over here, what does it access? Insects in the form of longhorn beetles. And have a look at the hole over there as our helicopter flies back over our head. Sorry about that. Flo, yes indeed, tusks can break during feeding. Tusks can break while doing this. We find that on females. Female elephants generally can break a tusk doing that, but elephant bulls possibly can break their tusks with trees, but they often break them when they fight. Those big, massive Goliaths smashing their heads against each other like that. That's often when big male elephants break their tusks, but it's not impossible that they could damage it as well while gouging a tree. It's a constant thing. If you're using a chisel or a tool for long enough, it's going to break if it isn't well made or if there's a flaw, and that's often what happens. But isn't this wonderful? So the elephants have created this damage to the tree. You can see how tall. You were asking Trishala earlier how tall an elephant is. There's mud over here, everybody. Now, do you want to go back a bit, Glenn, and have a look? I am 117, 5'10", 5'11", and the elephant rubbing is over there. I'll put the stick on top of my head, and I'm standing on a stick. That is where the elephant's back. is. Now that gives you an understanding of the size, doesn't it? Okay, so Trish says about 3 meters, 3.2, 3.4 meters, I think is the biggest, the tallest elephant recorded, which is it's tall, everybody. It's tall. Okay, but over here, where the insects have bored in, the woodpecker has gone and accessed and made the most perfect little habitat hole inside the tree for breeding. Barbets, woodpeckers, and many, many, many birds, as we always discuss, like to use these habitat holes. But we are going to send you back over to Pinda, who's still with the lioness.
We're still sitting with this pride of lion, and she's still fast asleep. As you can see, she's still enjoying that shady spot. Although now the sun, it's about to set, we have feel that the temperature starting to drop a lot. So they may, as soon as the sun goes down, they may wake up and start walking into the nice open grassland. We're quite close to our airstrip. We're about 20 meters or 30 meters away from the airstrip. So they might go into that nice short grassland and play around. Mostly the sabedat can just see as well, they're also fast asleep. That's a sabedat. They're also still fast asleep. And earlier on, the sabedat were playing around this morning. And now, and not too far away, there's water hole. So which means they might start, before they start becoming more active, they might go and drink water in that water hole. Look at that. She's also flicking the flies. Wow, it's really dense where they are. So if you can have a look at the female, Oni is going to show us the female that's on a little bit on the open. That one there. Have a look just behind her, the color of the soil. It's got that reddish color. Oh, look at that. She's just lift up her head. The color of the soil, it's quite reddish. It's because it's quite rich in iron. So they do spend a lot of time lying down, as we see. And also the one that we saw earlier on, she was also fast asleep. But look at the size of those front legs. She's very, very big. Look at that. So you remember earlier on we watched that female that was feeding on a zebra, and she wasn't, she was painting a lot. And look at this one, she's not painting a lot. I think at the meantime, before the sun goes down, we're gonna leave these lions, and probably later on we'll come back into these lions and see what they're doing. Look at that pair. Or we're going to take you across to Stephen in Pride Lands at the meantime.
What can I say, everybody? We're in the right spot today. do swing their trunks, Alison, but have you noticed how they try to reach their trunk far, far in to try to get the cleanest water? Also, sometimes you'll see them sort of move away the top layer, sort of the sediment that accumulates on top of the water. But the sediment would be accumulating this side now because the wind sort of pushes that sort of scum on top. You often see them come in and stick the trunk in. Even the first little bit, they might just blow it out and then get it nice and clean. They love very, very fresh, clean water. They're very discerning in their drinking. I don't actually have an answer for how long an elephant's trunk grows, but it grows to the perfect length, perfectly proportioned to the body size. I mean, if you think about a big male elephant gets to 3.4 meters high, a trunk starts a meter down his face, maybe 1.5 meters down his face, so looking at 2 odd meters. Plus minus. Females would be less, but I'm sure every elephant's slightly different in size. See the little youngster on the left there? He's probably only just learned how to use that trunk. Not quite as efficient as the mama. I love it with little baby elephants. They're thirsty. Just stick their whole face in the water. You often find them sticking their face in and they get that dark patch because they've stuck their whole mouth in the water to drink because the trunk hasn't quite figured out how to use all of the muscles yet.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi Sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet, and all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
We are here at Tswalu Dam, just enjoying the sights and sounds. Not too much happening. We can't see our crocodiles, at least for now. We'll have a good scan around. We've just arrived at Tswalu, so we're going to do a bit of exploring around here. See what we can find. We've got some hippos. Just a scattering of hippos, not too many. I only see about 3 in total. Keeping the majority of the body submerged, but luckily those eyes and ears and those nostrils can still be above ground. So the majority of the senses can still work very well. Above water, not above ground. Can still work very well, even when the rest of the body is submerged. Similar body plan, or similar at least head plan, to a crocodile, which also has its important senses outside of the water, while it can still keep its body submerged. So the plan here at Tswalu is obviously to just have a look around, see if we can pick up on some tracks before we lose the sunlight, which is so much quicker these days, so much earlier now that we're really swinging towards winter. So we're going to try and make use of this time and this light. I think between now and 5:30, 5:30, 5:45 is a really good time to be moving about. Oh, a hammerkop just flew through the shot. How cool is that? Hi Jason, you'd like to know if hippos ever gather in small groups or in large groups, or are they just in small groups? You can get some really large pods around. Even at Tswalu, when I first started here a couple years back, there was a large population of hippos at the dam. But they were basically, it seemed like 2 pods, one on the far end of the dam and one closer to us. But they have their type of social system is called a harem. So what that means is, just wanted to let them talk to you. What a harem means is that it's one male or multiple females. But while the male will tolerate other males, he prefers to have it as just himself and multiple females. So there's only so many females that will be in that group. So I've seen pods of about like almost 10, 15. They get pretty big. But the more common size is about 6 or 8 of them. That's what we see in the smaller dams. And in areas like the very small dams, like Treehouse and things like that, you might only see 1 or 2. But pods can certainly get quite large. And this isn't a dam, so imagine a lake or a river-like situation. Then you can get even larger pods. All depends on space, because everyone wants territory of their own. So if there's enough space, then you can have really large gatherings. There's one hippo that's swimming close or towards us, looks rather interested in us. Hi Tulari, you'd like to know if hippos feed during the day? Generally not. This time, or from this time, you can see them coming out of the water, but you will see them like up at Kayamanzi and Buffelshoek. If you're there in the afternoon, you can sometimes see them outside feeding. But there it's a really, the dam is not so structured. There's areas that are flooded outside of the dam onto the grassland, so hippos can very easily come out and go back in. And also the dam is so large. Even at Big Dam up in Buffelshoek, you might see it in the afternoons. I've definitely have where they'll come out and eat, but most often they will eat in the evenings. They will come out between about this time and any time between this time and total darkness. Make their way out, eat for a few hours, and then come back to the water. Remember, the water is the place of safety for a hippo. I just heard one scent splash. Well, no, not scent, but defecation territorial splash. I'm sure you heard it as well. Now I see some impala up on the banks, kind of, or like the open plains near the dam. So I might go up that way and see if they can give me some clues as to any happenings in terms of predators here at Chitwa. Well, let me send you over to Tristan. I think I heard that he too is at a dam.
Welcome back to Pradens, everybody. It's getting to that time of day. The sun has started to descend towards the horizon. There's some wonderful bird sounds in the background, and we have been once again truly blessed with some elephant energy, and with that I'm just going to allow you just to enjoy this beautiful moment. Opa is loving the sunset and the evening orchestra. Beautiful time of day. Although I was away, I still managed to watch every sunrise and sunset since being away. Very special time of day to be awake. So I spent 4 nights in the Orange River with a few friends paddling. It was very easy, very relaxing. A nice crew of people do a lot of the heavy lifting, so you just have to do some paddling and a bit of walking and some swimming, some eating. Everything else gets done for you. Highly recommend it. A group of friends and I are already planning our next trip. And I spent a few days in Nailsflame just before coming through here. I got a couple new birds. One particularly very interesting cuckoo finch. My first ever cuckoo finch. Always nice to tick off some new birds on the list. On the Orange River I got a white-throated bee-eater. It's my first, and it's uncommonly seen in those areas. There's a few records. Always nice to be growing the birding list as we go. Okay, well, we're probably going to be slowly heading back shortly while we send you over to Anbian Ngala, who's also enjoying the final rays of the sun.
Welcome back again, everybody. So, as we're driving, we just saw the spectacular colors of this sun as it's beginning to set. And we thought, why not share this with you guys? So we decided just park here and, just have a little bit of moment of silence for a little bit and just get to enjoy this.
Bring any updates for us for a few minutes.
It's quite spectacular just sitting here and just listening to all the different sounds of the bush, some birds calling. And we just saw earlier on there was this dove just flew right up on that tree right in front of us. I don't know about you guys, but this is, you know, like my favorite time of the day. You know, when the sun is setting, and also like the early morning is about to come up. Also, just sitting and just watching it, like to me, it just feels so therapeutical. Jetpack boy, I'm glad that you can join us. Welcome. Absolutely amazing, Jetpack boy. I think we're just gonna sit here and continue watching this amazing sunset. But for now, I'm gonna send you to Pinda.
Oh, we have found the two male cheetah. They're also lying very, very flat. Looking at the one on the left-hand side, she's also flat. Painting a little bit. Judging by the size of the stomach, it seems like they have eaten maybe in the last two days ago. Can just see the little bit of the bulge of the stomach there. See that he was just chasing off the flies. The flies were getting so close to the eye. Do you remember earlier on we also saw the lions twitching those ears a lot? The cheetah also doing the same thing. Look at that one on the right hand side. It's flicking the tail now and then. Also twitching those ears. Wow. So cheetah are the one of my favorite cat. Look at the color of the eye, that bright orange eye. That's unbelievable. Have a look, it's just missing the tip of the ear. So perhaps from fighting with another cheetah. So because the male cheetah, they also fight for dominancy. They will fight for another cheetah for the territory, to defend their own territories. So these two cheetahs are dominant over this area where we are. They've got very, very huge territory. See, it's a nice, perfect habitat for cheetah where they are at the moment. It's nice and open. I can see predators that are coming from far away. With them relaxing like this, I think because the sun, it has gone down already, so I think they will move around. So I have seen this specifically two male cheetah Second one is just lift up his head to look around. He's got his eyes open now. Also looking around. Oh, just flop back down. So they've got very huge territory, these two cheetahs. Look at those spot patterns. Yeah, they're one of my favorite cats to watch. I couldn't spend a lot of time watching the cheetah. I'll never get bored of seeing them. That is why I'm still doing this job. It's because each and every time if you see the animal, it will be doing something else each and every day. So it might happen that they've been patrolling their territory since this morning. And I was going to say, I have seen these two cheetahs specifically walking around at night. They patrol their territory along the main road. It might happen where we are at the moment. We are in the middle of the game reserve. So from here, they might head south of the reserve and carry on patrolling their territory. But right now, because it was a nice hot day, just gonna cool themselves a lot, because cheetahs are quite... Look at the one on the right hand side. He's fast asleep, but he's got his head up. He's just waking up now, because they're quite vulnerable to the bigger predators. They cannot afford to lie flat down on the ground, because if the bigger predators is approaching them, they will get themselves killed very, very easily. That's unbelievable. Ever cheetah will have from 1 to 6 cubs, and because of a lot of competition, not all of them will survive. But then in the captivities, they do very well. But out here, they don't really do well. And these two male cheetahs were born at the same time. So if two brothers were born at the same time, they will form a collision. But if these two were females, they will go their separate ways. Look at that. He's got his eyes closed at the moment. While he's lying down flat like that, have a look at the grass level behind them. It's quite tall. So if another predator is approaching them, they will hear that noise of the predators putting the footstep down. Immediately they will lift up their head. It is why sometimes you'll see them immediately lift up the head and scan around. Have a look at this one. He's got the scar just below his eye, perhaps from fighting. And also they do fight. If they come across with the female, they do fight a lot to force the female to mate with. Look at that, it just lift up the head. So I think we're gonna spend time here a little bit and see what the cheetah will be up to.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
The reason why we see that wildebeest by himself is because he's a male, or a bull, as we typically would call him. And what he does is that he marks and defends an area. Essentially, he is looking for the ultimate piece of land or prime property. Needs to have good grazing, needs to have a water source close by. And not too far away from here, there's a sickle bush thicket that would provide just enough shelter from the wind and the rain.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hi, I'm Kyle, and I come to you live every day here from Tswalu Kalahari in South Africa. My favorite animal in the Kalahari has to be the aardvark. Its unique appearance, its ethology, and as well as ecology within this vast ecosystem is amazing, and something that I have been really lucky to experience on foot here at Tswalu.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
Hi guys, give me 1 second. Standing by, Tristan. I'm still at Chitwa, so please go ahead. Sorry, go again. Sorry, go again. Poor Tristan's radio. Trist, I can't copy you at all.
Yeah, Tristan, did you drive back here this morning or this afternoon?
I drove back to just
on that road. I don't know if maybe on the way back, just check carefully.
That's interesting.
Drive into that area. It's the same track that comes all the way from Waypoint.
So he's just saying to me that he's found some tracks in Battersea, but they weren't there when I drove it. Copy that, I'll check. I'm on to the cut line now. Copy that, I'll check. I'm on to the cut line now. So, we are, as you heard, out of Djuma. Let me take my radio off here. It was when I'm on shit, but for some reason, I can't get good signal on my radio unless it's pointing straight up. But anyway, so we're going to check out to see if there are some tracks, if we can follow up on some tracks around this area for a male leopard. I didn't see any when I came up, but that's a good thing because it means that between the time that I came on Batlia Road to get to Chitwa and the time Tristan went on it, something has passed on the road. So that's a great time frame. But he is all the way on Elephant Carcass Road at the moment, which is basically close to Treehouse Dam. So quite central, but he's going to start moving west now, and I'm in the extreme east. So I'll have a look at this side. We might also have a look. Oh, he might be lucky with a leopard that's moved into Djuma from the west near power lines. Maybe Kara, maybe Shidulu. So he's going to move off in that direction. So hopefully we'll both get lucky. That would be great. We could have 2 leopards on Djuma. How awesome. But Pinda's already got 2 cheetahs, so why don't you go over and have a look.
Wow. So these 2 cheetahs are showing some signs of being active. We're seeing a lot of yawning, and look at that one, just rolled over. And this one at the back as well, he's busy watching his brother. So he's also got his head up. They look very, very awake now. Look at that yawn. Look at the size of those teeth. They've got very, very small teeth. So he might yawn again. Look at those teeth. Wow. They've got tiny little teeth. So that is why cheetah mostly, they don't really suffocate through around the neck of a warthog. Because warthog, it's got a lot of muscles in the throat, and also they've got very small. Wow, that's a very, very pretty cat. Very skinny legs. Look at that. It's gonna go and join his brother. So it might happen that Kevin, have a look, and they're a little bit far apart now, but did you notice earlier on the one that's walking away, he's missing just the tip of the ear? So those kind of marks you'll be able to identify, and the one that's walking away, he's much more pale in color. He's like an albino compared to the second one. That's the second one. Oh, we're gonna take you across to Tristan. He's also find a cat.
We do indeed, and it's a cat that I didn't expect to find, which is Subui. She's busy moving on the fire break on the southern boundary, and she is full. She's obviously come off a kill somewhere. Easy to tell that it's her. She's got a little pink nose, and then these very small little rosettes, much smaller than a lot of the other cats that we see in this area. Now, I'm just going to pull off a little bit because I am in the road completely. I spotted her from far, and I wasn't sure it was her, so I turned off. But I just want to get out of her way so that she can come past without us interrupting her. There we go. There should be more than enough space for her to get through. What a sight for sore eyes. Hello, girl. Where you been lately? We haven't seen much of you at all. That tummy is massive, though. A full cat. She's beautiful, though. She really does have beautiful markings. I wonder when you're going to be pregnant, because you've been mating and doing all kinds of things. Imagine if she already is. That would be cool. But nice to catch her. I was a bit worried when I heard that there was a leopard, because we got told that there was a leopard crossing and tracks for a leopard in this kind of area. But this area is very, very tricky. If you go into the block here on the right, chances of finding her would be very, very, very difficult. But I thought maybe, just maybe, given where we are, it would be either Shidulu or Subui or Langa, and all 3 of them typically like to walk the fire break, so that's why we came around here and luckily bumped into her in time, which is great. She's kind of heading slowly towards Twin Dams. Weaver's Nest area. I know, Michael Fleetwood, you often like to keep tabs on where we are, so just on the fire break on the western side of Weaver's Nest at this stage. So she's moving, like I say, fairly slowly, but scent marking. What's going to be interesting and what I'm intrigued to see is what she does when she hits Weaver's Nest, because of late we've had tracks for Tlalamba going up Weaver's Nest. From last night where she was found, she actually came up that way. So I'm intrigued to see if she maybe, just maybe, sort of hears that or smells that and then goes from there. I just want to quickly let these guys know to my next station on Gari Main, close to Luca's open. Dib Sibui, she's mobile here on the fire break in front of me. I'll keep you updated where she goes. She's going to smell all the buffalo dung that was here. Yeah, AFM, thanks, Saber. Sibui. Oh, wise one. Yes, indeed. Long time no see. She's not been on Djuma for a while, and obviously, I mean, still a lot of the time I speak to some of these newer guides in this area. I would take a lot of what they say with a pinch of salt, but they've been telling me that she's mostly in Mala Mala, that they don't see her, she's not around. But quite clearly, she's far north, so, she is in the area. It's just obviously sometimes not always that easy to find these cats. We know with Tlalamba, I mean, it's not like we're seeing her daily, but we find her tracks most days, milling about Djuma. It doesn't always mean, because you're not seeing them, that they're not around. They can very well be around. Oh, she's cutting onto our side more. Sorry for the guys that are wanting to try and see her from the southern side. All right, let's try and keep up with her. Like I said, this block is not a pleasant block. Luckily, though, the buffalo have flattened everything here. Make it a lot easier. What's also interesting, and what we were busy doing when we got told that there were tracks and a view of a leopard crossing, is that we were following tracks for what I can only assume is Tavangumi. From where we followed the track from is pretty close to where he was yesterday. And it's now going, I mean, the last track I had was heading east from Spaghetti Junction, kind of Battalier Road, which is right in the center of Djuma, and heading towards sort of Cheetah Cut Line. Luckily, though, he didn't walk past anywhere where Tlalamba's den is. He bypassed that quite far to the south, but just nice to kind of, well, not nice, but I suppose concerning to see he's that far in, and also interesting at the same time. I wonder if he didn't hear Tortoise Pan and Tingana this morning, and he just decided to get a move on to further east. You can see she's sniffing around everywhere. She's trying to pick up the scent of what's going on here, and I don't know if it's because of the buffalo. Often they like to roll around in buffalo dung. It just kind of masks their scent a little bit. Or there's been another leopard here, and she's busy smelling and sniffing, trying to figure out, which leopard this is and what's going on. But I expect it more to be buffalo dung related than anything else. You can actually see how the grass has kind of been flattened in places around her. All right, let's quickly send you across the Pinda. It sounds like they have something exciting.
Oh, these cheetahs are on the move now. We're gonna try to keep up with them. They're trying to run away because earlier on we had a leopard rasping just behind us. So they want to get away from that leopard. They know that if the leopard does get so close to them, it will definitely try to kill them. So they want to get as far as they can before they settle it down. Although there were some vorapis earlier on in front of them, because those vorapis were quite big for the cheetah. As I show you the size of the teeth of those cheetah earlier on, they cannot suffocate through the throat of that vorapis, unless if there was a last year baby vorapis, then definitely they were going to attempt the kill, or they were going to show a lot of interest. But at the moment, you can see while they're walking, they're constantly watching behind them and making sure that that leopard it's not following them. Wow, that's amazing. So the one in the front is starting to run a little bit. So normally the most dominant one will lead the way. So they're going to the direction of those wildebeest now. It seems like there's a herd of wildebeest that side, but one of them, you can just see those eyes reflecting. They're constantly looking backwards and making sure that the leopard is not following them. We're gonna try to keep up with them and see what they're gonna do. As soon as they start to settle down for the night, we'll then leave them because we're about to lose the light at the moment. So mostly cheetah at night time, it will find a nice open grassland and spend it a night and lie down in a very long grass. So that if the bigger predator like a leopard that we had calling earlier on does come to their area, they will easily see it coming from far away. There's a rhino. There's a white rhino quite close to the cheetah. See, the rhino have seen the cheetah. It's busy following it slowly. Cheetahs are making a space. Wow. But it's really unusual to see a cheetah and a rhino in one spot. It doesn't happen very often.
Back from 1006, any?
Look at that rhino. There's a big one in the front and a little one at the back. That might be a cow and calf. Have a look on a mom. She's got like two colors. She's been in the mud. So she was lying in the mud to try to cool herself down. Look at that. Wow. That's amazing. See, mom, she's also aware. She's changing ears from side to side. But for now, we're gonna try to keep up with the cheetah. You can just see them. They're back on the road now. They still want to cover a distance from the leopard that we had calling. Wow, that's really amazing to see this. Wow, look at that. But now, because it's getting late, it might happen that they're gonna find a nice spot. They're not gonna attempt any kill. They're not going to attempt any kill at the moment. Sean, they're more active during the day. At night, because they're quite vulnerable to the bigger cats, they don't really want to hunt at night. But specifically these ones, I have seen them at night making a kill, although they have to be more aware at night. It seems like they have gone through just on the right-hand side from where we are. As you can see, the wall of trees all over around, and it's going to be very tough for us to keep up with them. But then in the direction where they're going, they're going to end up into the nice open grassland to lie down for the night. I think at the meantime, I think in the meantime, we're going to turn around and go back where we were and try to find that leopard that was rasping earlier on.
Well, hopefully you'll have some luck. We've been lucky with leopards today. We really have. In fact, in general, the last, Gert and I were just talking about our last 2 weeks here, and how many different individuals we've managed to see. It's actually quite staggering. It's been very, very productive and quite an even split between male and females, which has been nice. We've had all the kind of boys as well as a lot of the girls too, so it's been very pleasant. It's just a lot of the younger cats that we're missing at the moment. So like Kuchava's cub and Shasha, Langa. I suppose for me as well, I haven't seen Shidulu since I've been back. But otherwise, everybody else. We've had Tandi, Marips, Tortoise Pan, Tavangumi, Mulawati, Tingana, Kalamba, Tsibui, Kuchava, Tandi. It's a lot. Kara. Been fortunate. I just want to quickly get hold of somebody on the radio. Charlotte, I don't know where you are now, but she's mobile south on Weaver's Nest, back towards the fire break. We'll just try to keep up with her. She's obviously moving. Can you copy that, Charlotte?
Copy that.
So I reckon she's going to turn and she's going to head straight towards Twin Dams. Her usual route is Twin Dams, Mulawati, and then back out again. If she comes in at Twin Dams, she does a slightly bigger loop into Djuma, where she goes up and kind of deeper and around Treehouse Dam and out. But this is her normal route from this side. Andrea, what's the biggest prey that a leopard has brought down? I don't know if anyone's ever actually correlated between everywhere what is the largest, but personally, videos, photos, and in my own capacity, what I've seen is quite large giraffe. There's a few leopards that have pulled down a fairly large giraffe, baby elephants, baby rhino, but the baby rhino is debatable. That animal might have been dead before it was actually fed on by a leopard. She's going to go straight east along the fire break down to Twin Dams. She's quite predictable, this cat. But yeah, big giraffe. Well, not when I say big giraffe, I'm talking like the biggest one that I've seen is over a year-old giraffe, which, let me tell you, is a massive animal for a leopard. Fully grown male kudu have been seen taken by them. So, when you start looking at those animals are massive. We're talking animals that are over, 250, 300 kilograms or close to 600 pounds, which is, for a cat that weighs, 200 pounds, to bring something 3 times your size down, just shows you how powerful these guys are. I don't want to get in front of her for now, because I'm pretty sure if I do, she might cut off. So we're just going to stick behind her and wait for her to go towards Twin Dams. Maybe she'll go for a drink for us. That'll be quite nice. Or she'll stop on the dam wall and sit. Very pretty when they sit on the dam walls. So we'll just kind of patiently follow behind her. We just passed the old mansion of Janet Jackson. And she has moved out, unfortunately. A lot of you won't know who that is, but there was a Janet that we used to call Janet Jackson in this tree next to us. So the white tip on the leopard's tail is a following signal. Most animals out here will have some semblance of a following signal. So lions will have a black tail, leopard will have a white tail, kudu white, impala white. It's just a way that other members of the same species, so in Sibui's case, her cubs, are able to see her when she's moving through the grass. That little white tip to the tail, so they can follow that and they know, okay, there's mom and that's the safe way to go. On top of it, with a lot of the animals, particularly leopard, if they raise it up when they are being alarm called, it's like a flag to say to prey, I'm not hunting you, please stop shouting and bringing attention to me. Leave me alone, I'm leaving you alone, I'm submitting and surrendering or admitting defeat to you. You've seen me, stop shouting, everything is okay. So that's why that white tip is there. It's thankfully for us, a wonderful tool because it allows us to be able to pick them up a lot of the time far away. Sometimes you just see the little white tip kind of going through through the long grass. So when I let the guy know that she's turned, Yashal, she's now mobile east on the fire break towards Twin Dams, about halfway now. Nope, and there she goes. Looks like she might go back to Gari Main. Or she just could be scent marking. Let's just see. She's just scent marking now, so let's see where she goes. We'll keep following her. Hopefully she'll go to Twin Dams and have a little drink for us. It'll be quite lovely if she does.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za. For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
I'm Nikki here at Beyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're still looking for that lion that we promised to show you guys this evening or this afternoon. And yeah, like there hasn't been any signs at all. So we thought, you know what, let's maybe go try some few water holes and see maybe that animal by any chance could have went there, or any other animals that might decide to go for a drink. Oh, a leopard! Did you see that? I think I'm just gonna reverse us a little bit. There, can you see it? Okay. She's probably gonna come up here. How incredible is that, eh? One moment you're looking for a lion, and then the next, a leopard is here. There. Yeah, I'm gonna go a tiny bit forwards. that. Let's just wait it out a little bit. I don't know which leopard is this one. Is he back on the road? Alright, I think I'm gonna reverse us a little bit. I believe one viewer is asking, is this a skittish leopard? Is he going up there? I think she is, or is looking a little bit uncomfortable. So we're just trying to see if maybe we can get another view of her. She's going in circles. We just saw her like right now. Let's turn it off. Can you guys see her? How incredible is that? I think I'm gonna give it another try because I think this leopard looks a little bit uncomfortable. Right, I think I'm gonna try to keep up with this leopard, but for now, I'm gonna send you to Tristan.
The magic of the Sabi Sands is the habituated leopards, and you can see Sibui just plunking down the road without a care in the world straight towards a vehicle, so we're very spoilt to have cats like this. Alright, let me go catch up with her. She's heading towards the dam. Let's see if she has a drink. She's not far from the dam at all. Where she's turning there, that little road, leads up to the waterhole, so pretty sure we'll there. I just wanted to give the vehicle in front a chance to road without lights or anything in the background. You know, it's nice not to always have a car kind of in the background of things you do. And, interesting, she's turned back towards the little dam wall now, so I'm pretty sure she's gonna within the big ones. It'd be nice if she does. Sorry, I know it's dark and you can just see my head at the moment. Lights at all to shine. We obviously can see fairly well. Unfortunately, the other cars don't have that luxury of having infrared eyeballs. So, you know, they do use lights, but they're very respectful. I must be honest. The vehicle that's in the sighting now is, as you can see, turned off all their lights and are happy to kind of peer through the darkness while we're busy, which is very, very kind of them. A lot of the landowners here have really shown us a lot of kindness of late, and have become very understanding of what we do and how we do it, and they're quite happy a lot of them to help out. And so it's really nice to see that the effects of what we're trying to do is having a little bit of a knock-on, and like I say, that other people are respectful to that. It's how the world should be. Alright, let's roll forward. Let's see if we can just get a last view of her. She might cross south now, like I say, from here. There's more kind of point where she cuts off. She sometimes goes the fire break and carries on towards sort of Chitwa side, but anywhere along this section is for her a place where she can cut off and go and kind of do her own thing. Now, unfortunately, she's going to go in front of a car, so I'm just going to let her bypass there. And she's going to stop right in front and say that's where I'm going to sit. Amazing, isn't it, that we have cats like this that are that comfortable with vehicles that, you know, we can follow behind her and she'll just plonk down in front of a car. right there. But you can see now it's quite a nice view of just how condensed her spots are. I don't know if somebody's got a kind of screenshot, and for those of you that look at the screenshots on the various platforms that are posted by the various viewers, maybe somebody can post a screenshot of Kara from this morning and Sibuyi, and you'll notice just how different and how tightly compacted her spots are. Thandi would be a good one as well. Any of the other leopards, really. She's got a very tight spot pattern in comparison to a lot of our other cats here. She's beautiful, though. I really enjoy Sibuyi. It's a pity we see so little of her, and it's always just these kind of fleeting drives that we get, although this has been a long sighting by Sibuyi standards on Djuma itself, but it's a pity that we get these kind of fleeting glimpses from time to time. There we go. Just going to go around. Okay, let's try and kind of follow along with her. I'm sure she's just going to continue down the fire break and kind of head off. I was hoping she was going to drink here. The little pan is just on our left-hand side, but she's just scent marking behind the tree now and kind of doing her normal thing. Any perks? You know, I was just thinking about it. Well, in fact, asked me just now, who are her parents? And for the life of me, I've drawn a complete blank. I used to know these things, but I'm getting old, and so sometimes I forget. So I'm sorry, I honestly cannot remember who her parents are. She's a Mala Mala cat, and I do know who her parents are. As soon as the name is said, I'll be sure that I'll remember, but it's just, you know, sometimes one forgets a little bit. Anyway, we're going to let some of these other cars just have a chance to view her. We've had her to ourselves for quite a while now, and they've obviously just joined the sighting, so we'll let them have a view. Also, there's somebody else that wants to come in, and she's turning down towards the main road, so I'm actually going to pull out and let the other car come in. So let me just hold of them.
Welcome back, everybody. So we've just lost that leopard through this thicket here. And earlier on, that one viewer was asking, is this leopard could be an unrelaxed one? So I think so, because we saw her, and then like the last time she just like moved again, or he just moved again. So yeah, and there's a big drainage line right in front of us, which I don't think our car is gonna cross there. I'm gonna quickly send you over to Pinda. Ooh.
Yeah. We have found the male leopard that we were looking for. The one that was calling earlier on. He's somewhere here in front of us at the moment. He's walking away. From us, we're gonna try to find him again. There he is. He's over there. We got him again. But it seems like he can jump. You can just see him walking away slowly. He's just inside of that palm tree. He might have gone. Yeah, the grass level, it's quite up. Let's go a little bit forward. We might get to see him. He might be back on the road as well. Yes. The road. The road. He's unrelaxed. Look at him. He's busy sniffing on the ground there. So we're going to keep a distance up until he does get used to us. Then he's going to feel much more relaxed. So he's busy patrolling his territory. Look at that. He's sniffing. Wow. That's amazing. Have a look how he's following the road to patrol his territory. So these animals are so clever. They know that it's much easier to walk along the road than walking through the long grass. Earlier on, he was lying about, I would say, 10 meters away from the road. So perhaps he was also walking along the road and he heard the car coming, the noise of the engine, and he quickly moved away. It's really nice to see the male leopard that it's so habituated to to see.
Welcome back, everybody, and we do apologize for bad signal, as you would imagine how hard it is to film in Africa. So, yeah, we've eventually lost that leopard and went into a very, very steep drainage line. And as I said earlier on, it didn't look very relaxed. So we eventually moved out of that area. So that leopard could have been looking for food around, hunting around, also just territorial marking as well. So I think at this moment, I'm gonna, stick to our initial plan, which is heading towards the waterhole, and see if maybe we find anything interesting in that waterhole. And also at nighttime like this, there are some other interesting animals that we might come across as we're busy driving around. Different kinds of owls, some other nocturnal animals, porcupine, some aardvarks when you're really, really lucky. So we'll see what comes out. And also it's just starting to get quite chillier and chillier. So I think some of the other animals will try to, you know, get to an area where it's a little bit nice and warmer. And for example, some of the diurnal animals, like your buffaloes, impalas out in the open was a little bit warm. You'll find them looking to rest in those areas. And also a chance for them to chew the cud. As we've just hit these drainage lines, it's just started to get a little bit nicer and warmer. So these are the areas also that, you know, we could see some interesting animals along in this area. As soon as you drive out of it, then you just have this like crazy breeze of cold air coming through. I believe one viewer is asking, do animals change their behavior as the sun goes? Indeed, behavior starts to change. Most especially, for example, predators, you know? Like early in the morning where it's a little bit cooler, they'll still be moving around, maybe even looking to hunt. But as it starts to get a little bit warmer and warmer, they'll start to look for some shadier places to rest. And also with impalas, you'll see them sometimes, you know, they'll move from, you know, sort of one thicket to another and then into some open areas during the day. But at nighttime, you'll find them out in those open clearings, making sure they're safe and sound. All right, we're about a few seconds away from this waterhole. So let's see what we find there. I think as we head into this waterhole, I'm going to quickly send you to Tshala.
So we are just driving around. As you guys know, my infrared light is not working, so we can have some good discussions if you like. We're just going to make our way up towards quarantine, so at least we can listen out if there's some alarm calls and things like that to help Tristan or any of the other people who are out, and maybe we'll get a good view of the moon. That would be lovely. But for now, at least while we make our way up, I'm still keeping an eye out for those eyes in the darkness. Because we can still follow up on stuff, we just won't be able to show you. That's okay, because then we can call Tristan. Did you have a nice time at Tswalu? It sounded like it was great. She's such a beautiful cat. I mean, they all are. Have you ever met a leopard that was not beautiful? I certainly haven't. So guys, tomorrow is my last day for the stint. It's Morgan's last day for the stint and Gert's last day for the stint too. So tomorrow we're gonna find all the things. Although I must say I'm very happy to have started this drive and yesterday's drive with elephants that were swimming. So hopefully that'll continue. And tomorrow we'll have lots of elephants having a good time playing and swimming. Whoa, Jennifer, hello. You'd like to know how many different types of cats are there in Africa? There is a leopard, lion, cheetah. Common ones that we see. African wildcat, serval, caracal, black-footed cat, thinking if there's any, domestic cat. Thinking if there's any others that I have missed, which I probably have, because there are many species that will only exist in certain places that we don't get to see here. I think that's about it. If I think of any more, Jennifer, I'll let you know. But so far, that's all I can think of. I would love to see a black-footed cat. That would be awesome. But the other cats, especially the big cats, the Panthera, are so successful. The leopards are so successful, particularly, and very adaptable, that you basically find them everywhere except in true desert. And what that means is that it can sometimes be to the exclusion of other species on a more broader time scale. So they proliferated so vastly on this continent as well as other continents. So I'm talking just the leopard and the lion here. That a lot of other species may have been competed, at least in ancient times. Well, even further back than that. When we say ancient times, we're still thinking humans. Hi, Catsway. You'd like to know if prey will find it easier to relax in the winter season? No. Because then their coverage is also reduced. So not just cover for ambush predators or predators in general. It's not as just that they will be seen more easily. So will prey species. They're also seen more easily. So there's no season for relaxation when it comes to the predator-prey arms race. helping each other. Again, on a greater time scale, but in the actual day-to-day time scale, if the bush gets thin, it's benefiting both and also a problem for both, because you can be seen and see clearly, and that goes both ways. Anyway, we're going to keep on driving. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up on something.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Converging game path will invariably lead you to a water source, but treat all water as suspect. One of my favorite ways of purifying water is to filter out the particulates. And by just filtering it through your sock, you can clear out most of those. You can put water into a snail shell and you can boil it over a fire or using a chemical like chlorine or colloidal silver.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, I'm not sure how much of what you got when we were with Tswalu, but unfortunately she crossed south back into Little Gowrie. So we left and she was mobile kind of in the Mulawati, exactly where I thought she would go, but she did a bit of scent marking, did her usual little thing, and then out she goes. It's a pity we get such fleeting glimpses of her, but it's still nice every time we do. She's a beautiful, beautiful cat. Really enjoyed kind of seeing her this afternoon. And so now we're just bumbling and just seeing what we get, you know. Big, small, doesn't really matter now. Anything will be nice to see. I'm pretty sure we'll get the odd chameleon this evening. We'll probably get an owl along the way. Yesterday was crazy. Trish saw, she was telling me on her way home that she saw a white-faced and a barred owlet, and we saw Varroes and pearl spotted, so 4 different species between the two of us on Djuma yesterday evening, which is pretty cool. The only ones we were missing was barn and spotted eagle owl, and the spotted eagle owls for us on Djuma are not very common. The only places we see them is on the Mulawati there, where they were nesting. And then the other spotted eagle owl pair that we see regularly is on Triple M close to Gowrie Main Junction. They're always sitting there. This year they successfully fledged a chick, which is cool. So that's where they are. And then barn owls, I've only ever seen one in my time at Wild Earth, and actually got it on camera. We had a brief visual of one. I actually remember Senzo spotting it. I have no idea how he spotted it, but he did, in a hole in a tree.
And then what we could see here as well from an owl's point of view is we could get grass or marsh owls. Not quite the right place for them, but it is possible. South of us, we do see grass and marsh owls around Singita and on Delosi, the southern side. I think Judy might have got that wrong. No, I've forgotten the question. Why? Oh, bush babies, that's right. Do we see bush babies here? We do see bush babies on Djuma, actually quite regularly. They're just very difficult to get on camera because you can imagine a small little bush baby. We don't see the thick tails, we see the little lesser galagos, some small ones. And you can imagine it's quite tricky to get those guys on camera, and they're generally bouncing around so much that we find late winter, early summer the best time to actually get bush babies on camera because everything thins out a little bit. Much easier to kind of see them. Actually, when was the last time I saw a bush baby? 2 nights ago? 3 nights ago? Just bounding along, and it was just gone too fast for us to actually to get the camera on it. But yeah, we do see them here. They're pretty common, moving around and around this time of the day. In fact, where we are now is a nice place for bush babies. I see them quite regularly in this area. They like these terminalia bush willow thickets on either side of the road here, and you often see them kind of bounding around from tree to tree. They're very cool in that they actually farm trees. So what that means is that they'll come to the tree tonight and they'll bite it with those little sharp teeth, and the tree will ooze sap, and they'll get a bit of the fresh sap while they're there. But a lot of the time what they do is they just bound off and they go to the next tree and the next tree and the next tree, and then the following day they come back to those trees that they've bitten and they harvest the sap that is leaked out through the course of the day. Remember that the sap is basically like us when we are cut, and there's a bit of fluid that comes out and blood, and then it gets scabbed. It's the same thing for the tree. It's almost like a little scabbing effect, and that sap is full of sugars from the tree. Very, very tasty for a little bush baby. They love it. So they'll kind of farm the tree and then move on and go back every now and then to get what they're looking for. And they'll also be eating a few insects at this time of the year. Still lots of moths and things bumbling about at night. So they'll grab those every now and then too. But like I said, I always find they like bush willow terminalia kind of areas, so like where we are now. So Catherine, who's 10 years old, you're asking about wild puppies. So wild dogs, they can hunt at night, very seldom though. They don't like hunting at night. They like hunting more in the early morning or the late afternoon. And that's because you must remember that a wild dog has a lot of predators of it. So things like lions, hyenas, leopard, they can be dangerous for a wild dog. And the way that the wild dog hunts is that the wild dog chases the animals and it makes them all run in different directions. So one wild dog will be chasing an impala through the bush, and then it can run straight into a leopard or lions and be caught. And so they don't like hunting at night. They like to hunt when there's still a little bit of daylight. The only time that I've seen them actively chasing things is under a full moon. Sometimes when we have a full moon, because it's bright enough for them to see, they'll sometimes hunt on open areas and they'll hunt scrub hares and impalas. But generally, no, they're more daylight, sunrise, sunset hunting animals. Don't hunt all that much during the middle of the day either. So kind of just before the sun sets and just after the sun rises is the best time for wild dogs to be hunting. Actually, we're overdue some puppies. They should be around hopefully soon. I must actually get hold of Grant and find out where all the packs are again. Most of them were, the last I heard, still up kind of to our northeast between us and the tar road that goes in at Aupen. There's a big block in there that they were spending time. The good news is, like I was saying, is that all three packs were quite close together. And when all three packs are quite close together, that means that there's a very good chance our Pungwe pack will pick up a female along the way and potentially can then start mating and having another set of puppies this year. All right, while we carry on, we're just slowly bumbling up the western side. Never know, maybe we get some luck with Kara. In the meantime, let's send you across to Trigo and see how he's going. Right, so you're back with us. Seems like Ngala having a little technical issue, although Elton, you did speak to us when you were speaking to Ngala, so I don't know if maybe that's the problem, but just so you know, we did get the comms that Ngala was supposed to get. Sometimes it happens where there's a tech thing where the radio comms can sometimes cross over a little bit. Anyway, you're back with us. We, like I say, still bumbling. What's that in the road? I saw something in the road. So let's have a quick look here. Might be an impala. It didn't look. Just caught its eyes just around this bend here somewhere. That's very weird. There's a bird there, but I don't think it was a bird's eye that I caught. I mean, it's a thickney that's in the road, a little spotted thickney. But that's not the eye that I caught. I'm pretty sure it was a much larger eye than that. You can see that one just sitting there now. Unlike the water thickney, which is the most common one that we see during the day, which has the white sort of stripe on its wing. These guys you see lack that little white stripe. They've got those little kind of black dots all over the wing structure. Hence the name spotted. Scanning around in case something was here. Maybe it was like a little genet or a civet or something. It seemed like that. It seemed quite low to the ground. It wasn't leopardy or, predator based, but it certainly wasn't a small eye. It looked like a mammal eye. I don't know. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I don't know. It's possible. I don't see anything around us, but things like genets and civets disappear so quickly in this long grass at the moment that it could have been one of them. And this bird just happens to be the culprit now that's getting our attention. All right, I didn't want to actually go down this road anyway. I wanted to turn behind us here. So I'm just going to go back. It's actually been very quiet on the lion front today. Just thinking about that. There's a lot of leopards, but not a lot of the lions today. Vicky and Lee, who are 8 years old, are you guys twins? But you guys are asking, do birds ever sleep? Because they're always out and about. So birds do sleep. Just some birds sleep in the day, and some birds sleep in the night. So nocturnal or diurnal. So nocturnal, nighttime, diurnal, daytime. So you can just remember N and N, D and D. But that's because of how they are, adapted, or how they are able to do the job. So if you look at something like an owl is a predator. It's got wings that are designed to not make a lot of noise, and so they can fly in the night and hunt the little mice and things without having to worry about having competition from big birds like eagles. Whereas the eagles themselves, a lot of them rely on the heat from the sun to try and warm up the air, and that causes the air to lift off the ground, and they can then use that air in order to fly and to be able to find food. So it just depends on the bird. Each bird is different, but some are active and some are awake during the day and some are awake at night. So the thickneys, the coursers, the owls, they're all awake at night. But things like doves and eagles and vultures, they're all awake in the day and sleep at the night. So it just depends. Nightjars as well, they sleep in the day. So yeah, just depends on the bird. But you're right, there's always birds around. Same as there's also always mammals around. If you look in this area, you know, now we're looking around for things like genets and civets, which you don't see during the day. Whereas in the daylight, we see things like elephants and buffalo and impalas, and at night, much harder to see those animals. We know where to find them because things like impalas like to go into open clearings at night, but they're not as easy to find in the nighttime and generally are trying to find places to rest, whereas things like genets and civets are going to be very active now, and bush babies, like we were talking about a little bit earlier. Alrighty, just check the western side. So I was just saying now, this is interesting with lions, and you can see it's a really cool thing. When we first arrived back, Trish and I, just before that, the lions were all over Djuma. By all accounts, Steve and Lauren were telling us that they had been seen a lot of lions around. And the first few days, there was a lot of lion activity. There was lots of males around, lots of calling, telematis in the mix. And the leopard viewing was quite tricky. It was not that easy. I think the first few days we didn't see a leopard, or the first few drives. And then we eventually saw it in Sele, right up in the north of Buffalo. It was just kind of a little bit tough the first few days that we were here. But as the lion pressure backs off, so you see now we haven't had a lot of lion pressure, we haven't been hearing a lot of lions on Djuma itself. All of a sudden now we're starting to see the leopards back again. They're very in tune with where lions are. Lions give themselves away a lot of the time by making a lot of noise. And when leopards hear that, often they'll just try and move in a slightly different direction. Not far, and they won't change their territory, but they just don't utilize those areas as much. They'll use other parts of their territory and wait for the lions to move, and they just kind of move around them. So it's really nice to see as soon as you see the lions moving off, so then those leopards start to come out and they move around. And it'll be the same for, if we had a lot of cheetah in this area, they would do the exact same. When the lions are around, they're going to try and make themselves scarce. And when the lions are not, then they are a lot more comfortable and a lot more out and about. Dogs are the same. I can imagine most animals, actually. Lots of impalas to our right. All right, well, we're still bumbling along. It sounds like Trishala is in the exact same mode. So let's send you across to her.
I was doing a stakeout on Western Quarantine. I was just parked off there and watching and listening. I saw 2 hyenas run past. And then I thought that something was going to happen, so I called Tristan. But they just walked on right past the impala. I always find it valuable if you just park off for a little while and just listen. So that's what I was doing. Well, the stars are stunning tonight. Absolutely stunning. Unfortunately, they're right above us, so we won't be able to show them to you. But they're beautiful. It's a really clear night. Apparently tomorrow might be a little bit stormy, but let's see how we go. Hi, Dirty. I think that was your name. I'm sorry if I got it wrong. You'd like to know, why is it that hippos can't float, but they're always in water? Technically, they can float. It's just that they don't use floating as a mechanism to stay up or stay above the water. That's not the mechanism they use. So when we say they don't float, we say what we mean is they don't float in order to stay up. They use the porpoise-like movement, or or they just stand. So even though it may seem that hippos are really fat, so they must have fat layers in them and oils to keep them buoyant, they actually don't, and not as much as you expect. They have a layer of subcutaneous fat, but not as much as other animals. So when we talk about buoyancy, or not as much as other animals that are closely related to them, like cetaceans. So when we talk about buoyancy, all buoyancy is you being able to displace a certain amount of water and the pressure underneath you to be larger than the pressure falling, or the force of gravity or the pressure on top of you. That's what buoyancy is. And hippos don't have a great amount of buoyancy. They are buoyant like anything in the right amount of water, so that was what we mean by float. But they're not aided by huge fat deposits, even though it may look that way. So we say that they can't float only because that's not the mechanism that they use to stay above water. There's these two hyenas again. We might just see them passing in front of the car, but I'm not going to be able to follow them or anything like that. Let's just see where they go. I don't want to spotlight them because there's impala close by too, so let's just hope they cross in front of the car. I can hear you. There we go. Looks like Swazi. Well, the first one looked like Swazi, the second one might have been Ndebele. I couldn't really see that far. That was cool. Get to see some hyenas today. Those are the same two that went round in quarantine, came back, and now crossed here. So let's hope that I didn't turn down the same road as Tristan again. So why don't you go and find out?
Well, we will find out, Trish. I'm not going to tell you where I am, and then we'll have to figure it out. But I'll tell all of you that's watching where I am. We're in the same area where we had Cara last. Her tracks, the last track I have for her is right here. I can see hyenas have come and sniffed since she was here. It's amazing actually how much more clear the tracks are. It looks like she went in here somewhere. Now than when I was here earlier. Earlier, the light was so harsh. It's kind of been right on top of the track to actually see it. There was no shadowing at all. Whereas now with my headlights, it's actually not too bad. So I just want to check around here because I know there's a lot of impalas around. She likes to hunt in these sections, and you never know, maybe we get lucky. I suspect she's crossed back though into Arathusa, but worth a little try. I just want to check quickly here. I thought I saw an eye shine, probably an impala, but let's just double check. There was an impala here earlier when we were tracking. I found one somewhere in this little section. Yeah, there it is. It's an impala. So I'm not going to show the impala now. We'll try to find ones that are at least actually visible. That one is right in amongst the quarries, so it's not going to be easy to see. Prime target though for a hunting cat. Sorry, something in my eye. The hazards of being out at night is often get random things in your eye, from insects to bits of grass, various
various other things that get kicked up from time to time. I was actually thinking today how sad it is that I'm not seeing the woodland kingfishers anymore, the redback strikes, or, the barn swallows. Miss those days. I like when we have all those birds around. So pretty. And they bring a lot of colour, kind of vibrance and life to the area. See hyena tracks, which is par for the course on this road. I've noticed lately this is a serious thoroughfare for hyenas. The medium 5 black. So little 5, big 5. Is there a medium 5? The answer to that, I was going to be full of nonsense and say yes, but no, there isn't. In a medium 5, it's just little and big. Medium apparently is just not cool enough. Not that the little 5 gets that much attention, let's be honest. The big 5 certainly outshines the little 5 a lot of the time. Which is a shame, because the little 5 are actually 5 very interesting little creatures. I mean, obviously they're tough to find in the form of an elephant shrew. In my time here in the sands, I don't think I've ever had a sighting that hasn't lasted all of about 0.3 seconds and a blur of elephant shrew crossing the road. So showing people that kind of stuff is very difficult, and educating them and getting them to understand and start to fall in love with it is hard. The way people start to empathize and start to want to see something more is by seeing a lot of it. And a prime example of that would be the work that Jamie Patterson, who was a previous guide here, and Lauren and Trish have done with hyenas. They've really turned around the perceptions of a lot of people about what a hyena does, how it is, and that because of the time we've spent with them, people have grown to love them. They've started to see personalities shine through on those animals. They've started to understand their character, and so they actually care. It's really difficult to do that with, an elephant shrew or a rhino beetle. I mean, a leopard tortoise to a degree, if you could find the same one every day, but that's really tough out here because, well, it's a big area and there's a lot of leopard tortoises here. So, we don't have the same emotional connections to them, and it's why the little 5 just really doesn't get the same exposure. It doesn't mean that they're any less important. I think that they're just as important as any of the other animals out here. And, I obviously spend a lot of time with leopards particularly. This is not a secret to anybody, and I know some people hate it, and, well, I'm sorry if that's the case. But I do have a particular interest in smaller things too. I like sitting and watching insects particularly. I really enjoy the way that, the insect world is structured, and the insects that we get and the diversity we get of the insects that we have out here. Benny, what are the little 5? So they're all named after the big 5. Sorry, I just want to quickly just do a loop around these impalas just to see if maybe Cara didn't come up here to hunt these guys. This is similar to where she was hunting this morning. So they're all named after members of the big 5. So it's essentially a antlion. So the lion part is the antlion. Leopard is the leopard tortoise. Then you've got a rhinoceros beetle, a buffalo weaver, and an elephant shrew. Those are your 5. There we go. What's that? There's something in the bush watching these impalas. Is it another impala? I can't see. It's too far. And not even the IR. Do you think you can see with the IR, Kat? Somewhere up there to your left a little bit. Yeah, there it is there on the right side. Is it another impala? Yeah, it's another impala just hidden behind the bush there. But I was thinking maybe if you come around, you'll see where the herd is. The herd is all spread across this section. So I thought maybe, just maybe, it was something in the bush just watching these impalas. That's how a leopard will be hunting now, is right on these peripheries of these individuals, just watching them and waiting for an opportunity to strike. So, given that Cara was in this section this morning, it's only feasible that she's still hanging around and still trying to hunt this very herd. She wasn't very far from here.
at all, as you know. I mean, you've been with me since I said where we had her tracks last. No sign of her. The impalas all look fairly relaxed. No one's too panicky. There's even some lying down. Alrighty. No, it's just a little check here, just in case. You never know. Sometimes you can get lucky. You can find a little leopardy just on the outskirts. I mean, we had it the other day with Cara, where we were watching two rams fighting, and she was sitting right next to us, and we had no idea. Luckily, at night with the lights, it's much easier. All right, let's carry on bumbling. Let's see what else we can find. Maybe we'll be able to find one of the smaller creatures that we've been talking about, like an insect or a chameleon, or even one of the little five. That would be quite cool. We'll just have to get a lot of luck to find the nocturnal versions of them.
If you love to watch Wild Earth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic Wild Earth expeditions. Join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
Riverbeds are a great way to find water and look for places where elephant have excavated hollows. You can then dig into the sand, and after a couple of feet, you should find damp sand, which then can be squeezed out or siphoned off for water. And with water being one of our scarcest resources, it is a good idea to conserve water where and how you can.
I love being a camera for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at and Beyond Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra. Because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on Wild Earth.
I have found a chameleon. Look at it. It's just sitting there in the end of that branch. It looks exactly like the same color as the leaf. But you see, it's got the eyes open. One eye, it's watching us. And the other eye is facing away. It can change the eyes from the different angle. That's amazing to see. Look, one eye now, it's facing us. It's just watching us. I'm sure it might perhaps even hear us while we're talking. So the reason why it's just on the edge or right at the end of the branch, it's because of it's sleeping at the moment. They're active in the daytime, and at night it's when they go and sleep. So, and also for the other predators to be able to catch it, right at the edge of the branch there, it will be not very easy to get right on the edge, because the snake, for an example, it will end up falling into the ground. It can't really grip or grab that chameleon. It's known as a flap-neck chameleon. Fortunately, it's facing us, but it does have like white dot on the side of the head. That is why we noticed that it's a flap-neck chameleon. So in the daytime, they will walk around and eat flies, and mostly flies. So the fully grown one will, because they do grow quite long, they will grow up to 80 centimeter long, including the tail. Look at those eyes. Including the tail, and the fully grown one will be able to eat. To me, age 9, the chameleon, if they're hunting for the food, they walk very, very slowly, and they use the tongue to catch whatever they see. You see behind it, there's just a scorpion. Oh, it's a spider. That's a spider. It's very tough. Have a look, it's quite brown, also blackish in color. See, the eyes are reflection. Oh, look how fast it's going. It's very tough to tell which which spider it is, because we can't really see the proper colors. Wow. It seems like it's quite active. Look at it. Crawling in one of those leaves. Now it's going back to the direction of that chameleon. Although chameleon, it's on a branch just in front of that spider. Wow, look at that. That's unbelievable. It seems like that spider, it's busy building the web. I did see the reflection of the web now and then. As you know that the spider, if they walking along, they also secrete that web at the same time. In case if they do fall, they will be able to dangle around and catch the comfortable spot again. But it seems like it's walking along. Okay. So I was saying that the fully grown chameleon, they eat the small size of birds in the daytime. The huge one, this kind of chameleon, it grows. You only find it from Zululand all the way to Mozambique, and also in Kruger National Park as well. It's unbelievable spotting to be. Susan, the chameleons are not they're not nocturnal, they're diurnal animals. They're active in the daytime. At night, it's when they go resting. Look at it. It's got the eyes closed now. The eyes are half closed. So perhaps it might have had the movement of a movement of me busy pointing it out. And you see now it's half awake. And that spider, it's approaching that chameleon. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Wow. Look at that. It's crawling right behind the tail of that Oh! Did you see that? That's amazing. That poor... that poor spider, it went right onto the chameleon's tail, and it did realize that it's not walking on one of the leaves anymore. It's on a chameleon, and immediately it ran away because it knows that the chameleon it feed on those small insect. So they're not active at night. At night, he or she's sleeping right now. It's where they sleep. They sleep just on the edge of the tree and try to camouflage as much as they can. As you can see that they're almost the same color of the leaves. So for me to be able to pick that reflection or that color of the chameleon, if you're shining it with the spotlight, the eyes doesn't reflect. Only the body or the coat of the chameleon does reflect a much more pale green color than the color of the leaves. That's an only way to describe how to find a chameleon. Otherwise, you can easily drive past, as you can see that it's almost the same color as the leaves. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, Edward, I also like chameleons, Edward. I remember when I was still a little kid, we used to hold them and put them on our body, and it will walk all over. But now, I do enjoy to watch it from far away, because the moment you touch it, it will panic and it will change the color to try to defend itself, and it will make that puffing or hissing sound. So we don't want to disturb it a lot. Shame, look at that. It's so cute. I have seen it before whereby a chameleon, the snake was busy going after it, and it was like running very fast. It was amazed because it was my first time to see. Oh, look at that! I think it was breathing. Ooh, look at that again! Oh wow! That is amazing to see. That was really nice to see how it was, to see that chameleon breathing. Most of the time you don't really get to see that. Benny, they're quite flexible. They don't bend their spinal cord for very deep, so they formed like they've got that hump toward the tail. Wow, but it's really nice. So what might disturb it if, like, say, like for an example, a snake, if it does come right behind it, it will then try to get away as quick as possible. Perhaps from there it will like jump straight down, or it will like walk right up to the edge of that branch. If the snake comes closer and closer, then eventually that branch will, because it's not very strong, it will like bend down, and that chameleon, it will be able to jump down and try to escape away from the snake. But at the moment, just sitting there and sleeping. It's got the eye closed, one eye closed. You see, it's definitely sleeping. Look at it. Wow, it's resting one eye, and the other eye, it's busy looking around. And it's got, have a look, it's got a line that runs from the back of its head all the way down to its mouth. Well, if it was in the daytime, I was gonna spend, if it was in the daytime, I was gonna spend a lot of time with this chameleon, because it's quite interesting the way they hunt and using the tongue to grab the flies or whatever insect they find. I think in the meantime, we're gonna take you into Duma and see what they got here. At the meantime, we're gonna leave this chameleon and go try find the lions that we saw earlier on. They might be a little bit active. We're not too far away from the area.
Well, we're still just bumbling at the moment. Just trying to see if we can find anything really. No signs of Kara or Kalamba crossing back from Buffelshoek at this stage. 99% it's her tracks, because when I saw the tracks and where they went, she came from Mamba, Elephant Carcass, Weaver's Nest, and up Philemon, and then western side of Quarantine, main access, and then up Aubrey's and into Buffelshoek. It's her usual route that she walks. She's moving a long, long way at the moment, and a lot. I don't know what's gotten into her the last 3 days, that she's into a frenzy almost. She's kind of just doing the same loop, round and round. I don't know if she feels like with Kara being here, and who knows if she'd lose called and come in at some point, and all these boys, that she just needs to scent mark a lot at the moment. Joyce from the USA. No, not at all. Maybe initially you get nervous, not from a point of view that I'm worried about what the animals will do. Like, that's never really been a thing, but the nervousness about being out at night when you first start is that you don't know where you are, and everything looks the same. It's difficult to know your way. You feel like you can get lost very easily, and that can make some people panic quite quickly. So, I never feel like now is not at all. Driving around here at night has just as the same feeling as during the day. It's completely relaxed driving through here at night. This property now has become kind of like the back of my hand. Between walking and driving it as much as we have. Before we had the traverse with Buffelshoek and Torchwood, Duma was really our only option. So we have driven and every inch of the Duma property. There's really not much that I kind of don't remember. So from a point of view of nerves, there's nothing nervy about that. The animals themselves are not out here to attack you and jump on you. All right, let's quickly send you to Pinder. Sounds like they have something.
We have found the pride of lion that we left earlier on. They just make the kill now. Have a look at the female. A fully grown female, she's holding the throat still. We just missed the hunt, but actually we've got, wow, this is really amazing. As we were about to get around the corner, we saw the impalas running away, and unfortunately one of the lioness just grabbed one of the impala. This is really amazing. Wow. You don't really get to see this. You see, the impala is still alive and the cubs are busy feeding on it already. That's something else. Wow, I can't believe how lucky we are. We are so lucky. Look at that carpet using the claws to grab or to pull and biting at the same time. You don't really get to see this. I can't believe. Look at Jerome. This pride of lion, we named them Mountain Pride because they're spending a lot of time up in the mountains, so we named them Mountain Pride. There's 2 lionesses and 3 sub-adult cubs. So it might happen that this impala, while it was running away, it might have slide a little bit on the tar because it's just on the edge of the airstrip. But it's unbelievable why this impala didn't see the lions, because it's out in the open here. There were a lot of impalas around here. Unfortunately, one of the impala ran straight into the lion's mouth. I think now the impala, it's now dead. Listen to that. The cubs are starting to fight over one spot. You see, have a look at the female now. She's just want to make sure that the impala is completely dead. She doesn't want to let the drought go because she's not 100% sure, or she's not satisfied that the impala is dead already. This is unbelievable. I haven't seen a kill for a very long time, but to be able to see that, it is really amazing. Because sometimes you can be right in with the animal and the kill. It happens just behind the tree. And to be able to see this is really something else. So Jerome, if you were watching earlier on, this is the same pride that Lucy, these lions, they will eat the whole impala. The only thing that will be left, it will be those horns and some few bones. And most of the bones, like rib cage, they will chew on that. And they will eat the intestine as well. I was saying that, Jerome, this is the same pride that we saw earlier on, if you were watching us. They were just on a tree line behind them. It's where we left them. So they came out there, and which perhaps they were watching the impalas walking up and down the airstrip, and one impala, while it was not noticing that lions are there, it might have ran one female, probably the old one that was holding the throat. She's the one that made the kill. Look at her. She's now licking her paws. And probably with the energy that she wasted chasing that impala, now she wants to. Wow, look at that younger female. Seems like she's just chewing on her ear. She's playing with the carcass. Look at it. That's amazing to see. You remember when we were with the cheetah, we did mention that the reason why I'm still doing this job, it's because the animals are doing something different each and every day. You're not gonna see. Have a look how she was like licking the mouth of impala. You're not gonna see the lions licking the mouth of impala for a very long time, or you're not gonna. Oh, look at the intestines are out already. Wow. The 3 saberat are getting right inside there. That's really amazing to see. Have a look around at the mouth of those saberat cubs. They covered themselves with blood, perhaps from getting right inside there. Look at how the young female, she's playing with the leg. She's not even eating. I'm sure she's quite happy to have a meal. Now she starts licking the carcass. She's gonna perhaps start feeding shortly. So there's something that caught her attention. This is why she's looking around. I think we're gonna spend time here and see what's gonna happen afterwards. But it seems like they're gonna feed as much as they can, and while the other females are looking around. But if there's some other lions nearby, if they hear the noise, they will be attracted. They might come and investigate.
Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa, kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu, wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Oh, still no luck for us on this side. I mean, we've scanned around. We haven't found a single chameleon tonight, which is strange. Oh, wait, we did see one. But it was quite far in the bush, so I didn't want to worry it too much. At the end of the day, there's been so many around that I don't want to try and kind of go off-roading for a chameleon. But other than that, it's been quiet. So there's very little tracks to look at. Certainly haven't seen anything or heard anything. I've stopped a little bit at times just to listen. At night time, because of the darkness, obviously our ability to see things is so compromised, and to track things, that actually your biggest asset becomes your hearing. So just like stopping and listening for a little bit and just trying to kind of pick up on any sound or alarm calls can really help you. One thing I will say is that in the last 2 days or so, the rut has calmed a little bit. It's not as feverish as it was when I first arrived. It doesn't seem like the impalas are as feisty. I don't know if maybe it's just kind of, haven't been paying enough attention, but it definitely seems as quietened down a little bit. And you'll have this little kind of dip before it then goes up again into another bout of rutting. There's the kind of first and second rut. Sorry, little scrub here. Lots of these guys around all over the place. Jekyll, probably not a lot of the animals. I mean, we know that dung beetles use the moon and the stars. Scrub here? Why are you being like that? Fat, you're having a tough time there with this scrub here. There you go. Right, across the road. I think to the right of it. There we go. Being the most difficult scrub here ever. So we know dung beetles use the stars and the moon in order to figure out where they're going. Moths as well. But from animal perspective, if we purely animals, things like scrub hares, leopard lions, I doubt that they use the stars. Maybe the moon a little bit, but I don't think, I've never ever read anywhere with somebody telling me that they've seen or that they've watched animals and have researched animals using the night sky in order to orientate themselves. I think the problem with that is that predators particularly are very perceptive to the wind, and so are prey to a degree. They don't want wind blowing and kind of blowing their scent onto an animal that could potentially be dangerous to them, or they don't want their scent being blown onto an animal that they want to eat. And that means that what you find is most animals are moving because of wind or because of a road following a certain direction. So I think roads are a huge part of it. If a road runs north-south or east-west, and it's not quite north-south or east-west, they'll still take that road because it's path of least resistance. Whereas, if they were using the night sky, they wouldn't be able to do that. They'd have to keep cutting and trying to figure out where they're going to go and, how they're going to do it, and through thickets and all of those kinds of things. So, no, I don't think that they use the night sky very much at all. All right, so we're going to carry on. Maybe we'll get lucky with a little white-tailed mongoose or a honey badger. In the meantime, let's send you back to Pinder with those lions on a kill.
you're back with us. Unfortunately, Pinda has had a tech issue. We found ourselves some impalas, nothing exciting, but maybe we'll just sit with them for a little bit just to finish things up this evening. Kind of hoping that we would have got a little honey badger or white-tailed mongoose. Where I am right now is where I saw a white-tailed mongoose last night. Milling about in this area. It didn't stay for long, but it was here, so I was kind of hopeful that we might pick it up again. But you can see it's just impalas and grazing, sitting, just doing impala-y things at this time of the night. Far luckier than the impala down at Pinda. That's unfortunately met a sticky end at the hands of a whole bunch of lions. As you can see, we haven't had many lions around, so these guys can breathe a sigh of relief tonight. It's actually just thinking about it now, it's so weird, considering how many leopards I've seen on quarantine, that we've never actually seen a leopard with a kill in any of the trees on quarantine, in the actual clearing, not on the fringes. It's quite strange. Anyway, sounds like Pinda's sorted, so let's send you back across to them.
Wow, I can just see the Sabadat calves are still getting right inside there, in between the legs now, busy feeding. And the other lioness, she was the lioness that got 4 small calves. So she has gone to fetch her calves. She was the one who caught this impala. That is why now and then you'll see them looking around and making sure that she's not approaching with the smaller cubs. As soon as she gets here with the smaller cubs, she's gonna chase the older cubs away, and she'll let the little cubs to feed. I'm hoping that the little cubs are not too far away, because by the looks of it, they're feeding quite quickly as well. Look at that. Getting right inside there. I think the one that's got them ahead in right inside, it's busy eating the intestine. Nikonova, they don't really secrete the hormone so that they don't feel the pain. I'm not too sure. The hormone that they will release in the air is to find one another again if they've been chased by the predator. But look at that. A bee is now eating the intestine. Wow, look at them with the ears pointing backwards. So if they get really upset with one another, they point their ears backwards. Wow. So she doesn't want to eat the stomach content. She's using her mouth to push it down, then eat the meat. Wow, that's amazing. Pushing her sister away. So they covered their face with blood already. As soon as the other lioness get here, there will be a lot of commotion. Wow, look at that. That's really amazing. Wow, that's so amazing. That's really nice to see. And to be able to find them while they're busy feeding on something. And earlier on we saw them resting. And now, look at them. We have had like a very good drive today. Starting with that lioness we saw sleeping and painting heavily after the zebra that she caught, and we went around and we find these lions are resting in the shade as well, and we went to see the cheetah. I think for now we had like a nice drive, and to see the leopard, rhinos and the cheetah, it's a very unbelievable drive. I think we'll see you in the sunrise drive tomorrow morning. That will be really nice. Bye everyone.